Hello, chat. Welcome back to the stream. Today should be a pretty fun one. Last time we'd just gone... We'd cleared most of the rest of Aeonia. We'd just gone through the Well and Limgrave. And we came out the other side to find ourselves technically in part of the Dragon Barrow north of Caelid. So... now it's finally time to go back to Caelid and explore most of the rest of the zone and take on our next Shardbearer. We'll see how Radahn goes. Alright, so we just came up from the elevator over here, and we found ourselves in this ravine. We could go west, and that would take us to the Colosseum. That could be doable. There's one kind of mini quest to do out there, but we'll save it for a bit later. Instead, we'll go south. There's a really scary rune bear ahead, because this is an endgame scaled area. It has a ton of HP and does a lot of damage. All I want to do is ride past. Get the stone sword key. And ideally not die on the fall. It's supposed to land on the crystals below, but that failed. Wonder where the Stake of America is. Oh. That's funny. Okay, that puts us at the end of the valley. But I still want to go up there. Because there's a piece of loot we want to grab. We rode past this valley our first time through Caelid. It's right at the north edge of the swamp of Aeonia. So we could have gone up here earlier and grabbed this Somber Smithing Stone 5, but I saved it for now. Oh, my runes are still up top, aren't they? Okay. That's how that was supposed to go. Hi, Pokemon. Good to see you again. When we came through the swamp before, we hugged the northern shore for a while and then checked out those ruins over there, and that's where we got the meteorite staff. Now we're gonna go through more or less the center of the swamp. And for that I want to make sure I have my main weapon equipped. Invaded by Millicent. Well, that was easy. We'll see Millicent again. That's the one and only time she appears with 2 arms, though. Poor girl. And so these warriors are Clean Rot Knights. They were Miquella's best troops, or Malenia's best troops who accompanied her on her quest to battle Radahn here in Caelid. I'll do a more thorough cleansing of the swamp in a second, but first I want to cross over and check out, and get back across to Caelid proper and check out the western part of Caelid, the parts we didn't go through when we just made our way back to Limgrave, and then we'll loop back through here. Or actually, no, I guess we'll do Inner Aeonia first. So I just got the Poisonous Mist, Ash of War. That's similar to Chilling Mist, or Freezing, whatever it's called, Freezing Mist. The skill we got around Carrier Manor, although it's for poison and not frostbite, as you might guess. Both. I'm gonna buy a crackpot, a stone sword key. That's kind of expensive, but it's alright. Not the cheapest stone sword keys around. This recipe lets you craft rot arrows. I don't really plan to do that, but just in case we want to, we'll have that option. Then we can buy the champion set, which is the starting outfit for the hero class, despite being called champion. I think it was called champion in the beta test, but they changed it in the final release for whatever reason. And there's also a standalone, well, sort of standalone helmet, the Great Helm. This actually matches with the chain set that we bought from Caelid. And lastly, a note, which says, gravitational power that pulls can bring flying foes low. So the Gravitas skill that we got in Limgrave can do this, and there are certain other things that can do it too. One of the coolest examples I've seen is the special arrows you can buy after killing Radahn. If you shoot the Elden Beast with those while it's flying up and doing some of its ring summoning attacks, it'll fall back to Earth and you'll be able to attack it again. That was really cool to see. Okay. Follow the road this way. So chat, how was everyone's Wednesday? Mine was pretty normal, except yesterday I finally watched the clip where Ash Ketchum becomes the world champion of Pokemon. And I had not watched the Pokemon anime at all since like the Orange Islands era, like the second or third season in the US. But somehow still like the original anime's opening theme blasting the right before the final blow was just brought tears to my eye. No, I'm asking how was everyone's Wednesday, because I was on Tuesday and today, but not Wednesday. Just time to talk about Thursday later. Happy Toad. I'm doing Dex build, mainly. So I did start with Prophet as a class, but the point of that was to have the requirements for certain support incantations and Blood Flame Blade, mainly. Otherwise, I'm mostly doing Dex.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gary, a great sage. In my day, anyway. I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along. A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Don't fret, I'll provide fine recompense.
Are there any weapons in particular you're gunning for to use this playthrough?
The secret of Sellia.
There are a few special weapons you get later that are Dex focused that I've never really been able to use, like the Bolt of Grandsax, which I think could be fun, or the Godslayer Greatsword, or the Dragon King's Crackblade. But mainly I think I'm going to be using a lot of regular smithing weapons and seeing how those perform.
Stricken by the rotting sickness. The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the herb tree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood. But Millicent's suffering can be ameliorated. For this, you are to find a certain needle. Seek the deep, scarlet swamp of Aeonia outside Sellia's bounds. The needle, made from unalloyed gold, is lost somewhere there. First, you must find the unalloyed gold needle. It's hidden somewhere in the deep scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Then I will tell you, as promised, the secret of the town of Sellia.
Went over the insomnia and got a morning run in. That sounds awesome, Volcamonk. I'm glad. One thing I didn't point out when we were riding down the road here is, because I don't think it actually came anywhere close to hitting us, but there's a very fun literal troll along the roadway. This guy was throwing, or can throw magic pots down. Giant pots that explode on you. We'll deal with him in a minute. Gowry told us that down beside the town of Sellia, we can go into the swamp of Aeonia and find an unalloyed gold needle, which can help keep Millicent's rotting sickness at bay. So we just fought Millicent. Apparently now she's convalescing up in the church above the hill. Ash of War Sacred Ring of Light is a version of the skill that the Cleanrot Knights use on their weapons. It's one of the few holy skills we get this early on. We've gotten Sacred Blade and Golden Bow. There aren't many skills that just outright do holy damage like Sacred Ring of Light, though. Looting some of these corpses spawns in a new Cleanrot Knight. Literal troll, I know what I'm not. What? It is a literal troll. It's a troll who's guarding the road. As you can see, getting rotted is very annoying because it does a lot of damage very quickly and it lasts forever. And your only options are to use Preserving Boluses or one of 2 spells that can cure rot. We do have Flame Cleanse Me, I think, so we could use that. This summoning pool here because there's a boss right there under this tree-looking thing. It's actually a giant fungal growth, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna bail. I think I'm out of flasks now. Oh, can I tag the Grace in time? Nope, I'm gonna die. Well, there goes another rune arc. Should just use some Preserving Boluses. You've always thought the juxtaposition of Clean Rot Knights using Holy Magic was really cool. It is an awesome fighting style. And it makes sense. I mean, they aren't arcane warriors themselves. They're just sick with the rot. They don't serve it or want to spread it. I'm gonna go back to repeating thrust on that. Maybe not then. Pollyanna, adopted daughter. It's interesting that you can summon Pollyanna against O'Neill, considering the goal here is to get an item that will stop the rot, and well, we'll encounter Pollyanna again. I guess I could have healed myself with my spells too. I didn't think of that. O'Neill summons a whole bunch of exiles. My usual experience has been that it's better to just go kill them first. Kill the summons, that is. she stole my crit. Aeonia's not good at fighting on her own, I guess. Summoning more, this gives me a huge window to just get a whole bunch more bleed on him. There we go. Second round of summons are the big exile soldiers with the great axes. Well, thank you for the free window. It's also cheesable with Poison Mist. Yes, there's a couple ways to cheese O'Neill. One way is you can lure him out from here to the area where the rot swamp is roiling, and the rot spouts will blast up, and those deal damage to him. Even though he's immune to Scarlet Rot, they'll just deal physical damage, and you can use that to kill him. What does Scarlet Rot do? It's a very strong damage over time effect. So it doesn't reduce your stats or anything, it just makes you take something like 2% of your max HP plus 70 damage per second or something like that. Don't quote me on the exact numbers. But enough to kill you in like 30 seconds or so if you don't do anything about it. Like using Mikla branches and stealing his summons. I could have done that. I should have thought of that.
Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle. As promised, I've detailed the secret of Sellia right here. Go on. It's yours. Now let me have a look at the needle. Well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life. Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
Okay. I should have checked the item description beforehand. But we do get Sellia's secret, which... It's funny how stupid this advice is, because it just says, light the 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal. Which you could probably figure out easily enough, considering there's only one way to interact with those towers, and you can do it without this secret. Oh well. We'll check out the town in a second, but before we do that, well, number one, we need to give Gowry some time to repair the needle. And number two, we need to pay a visit back to that tunnel we teleported into from the Dragonburnt ruins all that time ago. Oh yeah, lore-wise, what is Scarlet Rot? That is an interesting question. As far as we see it in Caelid, it seems to be purely destructive. Like it's, well, I mean, unless you're a fungus. But it's like poisoning anything and everything that lives here. And turning them sick and blind and generally miserable and insane. The DLC introduces a new place with Scarlet Rot that is a little less dead. Maybe they're enjoying it. Well, let's go ask Millicent if she's enjoying it. Stats here. What am I looking for? I think it's actually time to boost faith. Maybe it's a little bit premature, but I think what I'd like to do is get to either 25 or 27 25 would be for the last spell we really want to use, but 27 would let us use a slightly stronger seal and then a much stronger seal in the DLC maybe. But yeah, at this point it's basically between that a little bit more investment in faith and then mostly just vigor and dexterity and a bit of endurance in mind for the rest of the game. We'll put a couple points in faith to start and at least get to 25. In some ways, it's also the expression of one of the outer gods, in the sense that Order is an expression of the outer god behind the Queen Lady, Queen Marika. Yeah, well, it's, I think, directly stated that the rod is a manifestation of an outer god, because in the, I think it's in the blue cloth outfit, the warrior outfit, that describes the blind swordsman who quelled the outer god of rot. And that's actually underneath the Lake of Rot. I ought to be using my strike weapon for this. Yeah, I'll say. This is the cabin we teleported into. We already opened that chest. On top, there is a 100 of rot. You don't really want to fight these from medium range because of the pest threads they spread. Either right in close where they can't hit you with that, or way far away with projectiles where they can spot you. Are the two best engagement ranges. You teleported into a cave like this once. I think it was this cave. This is the one that you can teleport into. And we did earlier in the run. But I didn't stick around. I certainly was not prepared for a dungeon this high level at that time. Thinking about the way the progression in this game works, I really like that there's this teleport to Sellia Crystal Tunnel as a really scary zone to end up in as a beginner. I don't like as much the fact that it gives you really quick access to Dragon Barrow, because I feel like the stuff you can find as ground loot in Dragon Barrow is kind of silly strong for the early game, but whatever. I think I've cleared out this whole section. In the hut, checked on top of everything. I think I got all the smithing stones and everything. So to progress, you have to jump over this side. I fell down. Go through a side tunnel here. Are bad enough, but imagine never seeing Caelid before this and walking out to the rot swamp. Hey, that's what we did on this run. But I think that's a great experience. Being teleported out to this awful zone with hideous monsters where everything is way stronger than you and extremely lethal. Perfect. Mwah. Biggest miss is that you never really find any signs of life with their wits out there. The closer we get to Jarber, which is so off the beaten path most players don't see. That's one of the things I think I've talked about a couple times while playing this is it would be nice to see more places where you can restore some sanity and order to the world and it actually gets reflected beyond just one NPC moving to a new spot and saying, good job for doing this. I've taken control of this castle where everything nevertheless still tries to kill you. To make it easier to get back if I die. You can kick this ladder down. And we'll set up a shortcut. Because that goes down to the lower level. Nice trap. These two seem to be worshipping something. Unclear what that might be. That was a key. On speaking to what you wrote about, I was sure when I first got the Divine Bridge teleport out of Weeping Peninsula that this was going to be the northernmost part of the map. And I was wrong. It really is amazing how much the game just keeps expanding and you think, oh, it's got to be close to the end, and it just isn't. Hey, boss room. This is a falling star beast. They're basically equally resistant to everything, I believe. So could use the Bloodhound's Fang. Let's try our Naginata first, though. Falling Star Beasts have a weakness to gravity. That is true. I don't know if they're weak to the gravity spells, but they are weak to weapons that have gravity skills innately. I don't really have any that I can wield, though. In fact, I don't think I've even picked any up. The earliest one is the Meteoric Orb Blade, I believe, which is over in Western Caelid. We haven't gone to that particular ruin yet. Ooh, nice. Oops. Forgot the #1 rule of Elden Ring. Don't get grabbed. Not bad. Crazily enough, this thing drops 5 Smithing Stone 7s. We haven't even gotten anything above a 5 before, and I think we've had 2 Smithing Stone 5s. So, skipping a tier a little bit, but we still need a bunch of 5s and 6s before we can ever use those. And then we also get a Somber 6, so now we could raise our Bloodhound's Fang to +6. Now, trying to think, what other gravity weapons are there? There's Radahn's 2 weapons. There's the Alabaster Lord and the Onyx Lord greatswords. The Astel weapons. The Meteoric Ore Blade. I'm drawing a blank on anything else. We've cleared a dungeon, and more importantly, teleported to a grace at some point, so Gowry should be done with his work. But one thing to point out is this dog. Do these enemies have an official name somewhere? They don't drop any items, so I don't think you can read it in game. Anyway, this one has a collar because it's actually Gowry's pet. But you can still kill it if you want. Oh, the Falling Star Beastjaw is one. That's true. Yeah, I know that for sure, Atlas. Good catch.
Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent? I will reward you in kind. Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Sellia, the town yonder, tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed. The poor girl, she never wished for any of this.
It really is interesting that Gowry refers to the pests as, I think, worthless pests, right? Doesn't care much for them. You're welcome for the heal, friend.
Do you find it peculiar that I would show such concern for the girl? Well, I'm the one that found her, a mere babe in the swamp of Aeonia. She is one of my dear daughters. But the rotting sickness erodes one's memory. I doubt that she remembers the first thing about me. Oh, I must be getting old. I didn't always worry so much. Now, all you need to do is deliver the needle to Millicent. She's convalescing in the church atop the cliff just beyond Sellia. Do so, and you shall receive a handsome recompense, of course.
Yes, sir. Rude. Throwing fire bombs at me. I have to free aim this. Nice. Ooh, I really want to try double slash. I think that's supposed to be really good on katanas, right? Is that the one everyone recommends? I feel like I've only ever really come through here in nighttime before, and there's something odd about going through Sellia in broad daylight. Really like Sellia, one of the few platforming challenges that doesn't auto-kill you if you miss a jump. That is true, it's quite fair. And it's not too hard. For the most part, I don't think platforming challenges are a great idea in games like this. Just not built for platforming, and you shouldn't try to be something you're not, but there are other great games that do the same thing. Actually, one that really comes to mind is the Jedi Knight series, which is now, what, like 23 years old? The last two games? It's another imbued sword key, which we could go use at the 4 belfries to go to another special location, like we went to that side area of Farum Azula. We'll have to remember to hit those up at some point. If you do like the Jedi Knight games, you might try Fallen Order Jedi Survivor. I bought Fallen Order a couple months ago. Haven't had time to play it though. But yeah, what I've heard is they don't play exactly the same way. Can't parry that. You know what? I've gotten carrying retaliation. I should probably equip that. Hop on Fortnite with you. I've never played Fortnite, ever. It's an interesting note that this place and the town by the Caelid Tree have the same architecture. Yeah. Well, it's also... Doesn't it actually share architecture with parts of the capital as well, and the underground areas? Like the... Lanedale has these same... totally false windows with the... like lead or something. Instead of actual glass. And I think the same designs. Just gotten beaten up by a book. Three Houses playthrough is really good stuff. Thank you. That was a good time. Ended up being quite an undertaking, but I'm pretty proud of that run. How generous of the game to give us the spell resistance talisman upgrade in the town of sorcerers. I was hoping that was going to be an aristocrat headband. Painting Redmane. It's actually a view of Redmane Castle from the north. Can't really see that because we haven't got the map, because I neglected to pick up the map fragment. Oops. Get in a bit. That is the painting next to the magic golem, yes. My favorite enemy in the game. Well, one of them. Who doesn't love laser golem? As we lit all three torches in town, we've unlocked one of the sillier boss fights in the game, I would say. I suppose this is something of a preview of later enemies, but they're basically just normal infantry, so... saying that I just get whacked by them, deal no damage. That's more like it. They have basically no poise and very little HP. Suppose I could use the Nox Flowing Sword. Dex weapon. The prize is Lusat's Glintstone Staff, which is the strongest pure intelligence-based Glintstone Staff in the game. At least at higher intelligence levels. The only catch is, when you have it equipped in either hand, all of your spells, whether they're sorceries or incantations, even if they're not cast using the staff, cost 50% more FP. So it's really, really good on completely dedicated sorcerer builds that have a lot of points to spare for mine to get their FP pool up. But if you're running a little bit leaner on that, it's probably better to use some of the other staves that are like 10 to 12% weaker, but you know, don't have a 50% FP penalty. We also collected, while we were exploring the town, we got the Staff of Loss and Night Comet. Night Comet is a night sorcery that enemies don't respond to. And it's very, very strong. So you can cheese basically the entire game by just having a really strong spellcaster who just casts Night Comet on everything over and over. And they don't dodge or anything. What was the beef with Fextra Life about? So nothing actually happened. At least as far as I'm aware. I wasn't like scraping their site or anything. My best guess is they just, for whatever reason, a range of IP addresses that mine happened to be in just got temporarily banned from their site for some reason. And so I couldn't access it for a few days. And then that stopped. But I got some funny screenshots out of it. Yes, these are the pests that are worshipping Millicent as a god, huh? These sacramental buds are one of the plants, you can see that with the blue highlight on the item pickup, that are rare. They don't respawn. And it's a little bit annoying because they're using some important recipes. Like if you want to craft preserving boluses to heal Scarlet Rot, you need those. And it's not that easy to get more of those once you've run out of all the plants growing naturally around the world. This?
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse, not to be meddled with by man.
IRC the farm is the basilisks in the Lake of Rot. I think it's actually around the Amber Starlight in Altus Plateau, if I remember correctly.
You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot, but how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind?
Says it was so annoying crafting the boluses that I just switched to using Flame Cleanse Me every playthrough. Totally understandable. I mean, that's part of the reason why I opted not to do a actual samurai class build with
That
with
was
no
easier
intelligence,
than
faith, or
expected.
arcane at all. I wanted to have some basic spell access.
But why do I feel so...
Can't believe they didn't animate Millicent thrusting a needle into her skin. Lazy developers. To be fair, the prophet is blind. That's the coolest part. Oh, look, Millicent's up.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted
Oh, so I wouldn't have
before I could
noticed
present
the
you.
the animation? Sure, yeah.
Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to
Has anyone
rise.
done a blindfolded playthrough of Elden Ring? I'm sure it's happened by this point.
And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please.
Seems like it would be really
Not
difficult,
that I could ever truly repay you,
but probably someone's
I would like
crazy
you
enough to do
have
it, right?
this, by way of thanks. A token though it is.
Brother, is this one of those Millicent's prosthesis playthroughs? I don't know what you're talking about, Valdo. I'm a good person. I would never do such a thing.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
Well met, Millicent. That's a lot of poison they can spray out in a few seconds. Thank you, disjointed flail hitboxes, because there was no way that was coming anywhere near those bats. almost the right view of Redmane Castle from the painting, but we're supposed to have these ruins over here in the foreground. So it must be farther north. Ooh, another club. Here's our troll friend. Too slow. Spinning chain will do. And now that he's dead, we won't be bothered by him anymore. There is another enemy down there for us to fight, but before we go down that rot pile, I'm going to cross this gateway and see what's on the other side. Black key bolts inflict rot. I don't think there are any rot arrows you can get as drops or buy anywhere. I think you have to craft those. I don't want to fight you. Parries are hard. I don't even know if these are parryable. Really? Oh well. Maybe I should not have experimented with that. Admire the dedication. I try. What can I say? A lot of people are really scared to use their rune arcs, and I will admit, yes, I'm fairly experienced with the game now. I don't die a lot. But you've been keeping track, like, even though I've had to use a couple for some dumb deaths just on today's stream, my supply has stayed constant overall, or even gone up a little bit. This could be a disaster. Easier. You know, I haven't upgraded it. I haven't upgraded it at all. I could use the tree spear. Next fight. Jesus. Once you get Radahn's rune, you always activate them. Well, the thing about that is Godric's rune is even more effective than Radahn's rune for a long time until you get to much higher levels. Especially for the extra FP in particular. So, if that's how you feel about Radahn's rune, you might as well also adopt that for Godric's. Can I carry these together? Let me check. I put tree spear there, and that's good. All right. Now what I want to do is drink my flask. Might as well get Beastie Vitality. I can use a body buff. And then left hand my Sacred Blade weapon. I'll stop two-handing that. Alright, that was Sacred Order. So now I got my Sacred Blade weapon, and the two buffs stack. So I get like plus 100% damage against those who live in death. From Sacred Blade, and another 50% more damage from having Sacred Order. So I do insane damage to Deathrite birds. Hey, you done got Grift. First team you've actually managed to make. Welcome. Is this a challenge run of some kind? Not really. It's except insofar as I'm like doing story progress in a slightly weird way, so I can use all the NPC summons and other like hints that the game gives you about where to go before I actually encounter those places. But other than that, no, just kind of a normal run with a dex build, which I've never used before. I've been kind of slow, but if I hurry, I should be able to kill this other boss while my gold pickled Foulfoot is still active. What point are you going to squeeze in the DLC? At a place that I think is natural. So, very late in the run. I will do Elpael before Mogwin Palace. That's the plan. Oh my god. Well, instead of preserving my gold pickled output, I could just die instead. That's what I get for not paying too much attention. Okay. Need some foul feet. I think Impaling Thrust is a more effective weapon against the Knight's Calves and other mounted enemies. Repeating Thrust just leaves you open for too long. Okay. I think that is our first Poison Ash of War, Poison Moth Flight. Don't expect to use those because I'm not really investing in Arcane. Knight's Cab is one of the few bosses you find easier to fight while mounted. I used to feel that way, and then I stopped feeling that way. But I could totally understand why you prefer it. Parrying Knight's Cavalry is a good option. Never tried that. But you can't parry Can't parry the flails, can you? Only the halberd ones, right? No, there was another mimic. One of the easier ones to kill. Thank God it's not another grafted scion. Hello, Limgrave. Ugh, rot dogs. Vocal Monk, I think that's why you use a shield. Otherwise, yes, dogs are a menace. Aw, no crit? Ooh. Oh, I'm getting comboed. No crit again? Boo! He's being very rude to me. This basement's a good time. Whole bunch of mini pests. Spraying their threads everywhere. And there's the meteoric ore blade we were talking about earlier. That's an int weapon. I can't use it. But if you were to use it, yes, it would give you a damage bonus against gravity-type enemies, which is the Falling Star, Beast, and certain related enemy types like the Malformed Stars. And I think the Alabaster Lords and Onyx Lords and a handful of other things. More places you see in Elden Ring, the more I think the most places in the world must smell awful, especially places like this. It's probably terrible, yes. It's literally called rot. I can't imagine that smelling tolerable at all. Wet rot as opposed to dry rot. Hello, buddy. You just have a good time walking through this rot swamp. I'll meet you at the gate. Ooh, a rune arc. Can I use... No, not on this weapon. Okay. Wanted to try out... Slash. I always imagine the rot would smell sweet. I think the rot in Ancient Rao smells sweet. I don't think this stuff does here in Caelid. Wonder what these three were doing. Hey, we got the Vulgar Militia Saw. Nice. That's a halberd that has innate blood loss buildup. I'm sticking with the theme. Double slash is kind of fun. Well, we've let the fire zombies out. Oops. That's funny. Akizashi. That's a dagger, but it's basically a long katana, and it power stances with katanas instead of daggers. Kind of interesting. I guess the only real purpose of it, though, is you can power stance katanas and be able to parry on the offhand if you want to use... Yeah, that's about all I can think of. And dagger parries are not good. Wakizashi has bleed too, yes. Yep, 38. Not much, but it's got it. I think all katanas have some kind of status effect built in. Either bleed or poison or frostbite. No favoritism here. FromSoft is completely unbiased. Hello, frenzied duelist. That was not an opening. Why there was that, it turns out. But Bloodflame Blade makes openings, thank you. Would you look at that? We're back in Limgrave. This is the other way we could have gotten back from Caelid the first time. The Regalia of Aeocade is, I think, the second arcane weapon we've gotten. It does magic damage, interestingly, and its skill is very, very strong. It's the wind-up that the Bell-bearing Hunters do with their sword, but it's a smaller one. Back at the third church. If you're going for decks, having a katana is always good. Agreed. They're really nice weapons to use. They feel great, and they have fast attacks, and they're pretty strong. I've opted to keep my Naginata as my main smithing stone weapon for now, though, so I won't really have my katanas up to par until I get more smithing stones or more bell bearings for them. I love this troll. He's the one troll in the game who just bowls himself down the hill. So fun. Lord Godfrey, at last at the end of his campaign, His golden army is unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. That's rough, buddy. We just got the Sacred Scorpion Charm, which gives, I believe it's 12% more holy damage, but it also makes you take more damage. More physical damage, anyway. And then we got the recipes for poison pots. That means if we ever want to blow up land squirts or anything like that, we can use these instead of the fetid pots. We don't have to poison ourselves at the same time. And then this is the recipe for silver pickled fowl feet. So if we want to farm items, want to boost our discovery, we can craft those now. Wonder what happened to the smoldering church. Probably burnt down? No kidding. Wonder what happened to the Shack of the Rotting. It's rotting. Everything rotting scarlet. Very earth that Caelid rests upon, and Sellia, town of sorcery. The end is nigh for us all. It's under new management? Yikes. New management always lets everything go to shit, huh? Here in the ground, we can see a bunch of Erdtree Guardians. Did that one drop the weapon? Oh, it did. Nice. Oh, I'm so happy to have a Guardian Sword Spear. That's a really good dex weapon. Guardian Gatekeeper statue. There's catacombs down that way. There's also an Erdtree avatar down here. Next to this minor Erd tree. Farm for 2 hours for that? You just gotta kill every single Erd tree guardian you see along the way in your playthrough, and you'll come across it eventually. Or you can do what I did and just tell the game to give me the Kite and Sellsword jacket, and it did. There's no way this does much damage, is there? Alright, almost killed? That's pathetic. It's an unupgraded seal. Off of like 21 faith. If I catch them unaware with it, will it just one-shot? No, okay. I was already getting the unaware bonus, I suppose. Future avatars are basically the same as regular Erdtree avatars. It's just that they have a... when they do their big jump and ground slam thing, they have a wave of rot that spreads in front of them, so you have to dodge to the side to get around it. And you really want to be in close, otherwise you won't be able to get out of the angle. Not too bad though. Those used to be really hard for me until I realized that you're rewarded for staying in tight. You try to run away and they just use Golden Land and shoot those laser projectiles at you all the time. It's a nightmare. Carefully out along this branch. This gives us a nice view of the Colosseum. And one of the golem archers. Someone pointed out that those were asylum demons from Dark Souls 1, and that made them click a lot more for me. Yeah, they've been reusing that same enemy with slightly different skins since Dark Souls 1, right? We did just get our last elemental crystal tier, the Flame Shouting Crack tier. Do I want it? Yeah, I think I'm happy with this for right now. Oh, you know what? I should probably put on Flame Cleanse Me. Thank you for your smithing stone. These catacombs have a secret under the elevator. That's one of those design features in these games that kind of annoys me, because when you know that there's one of these things, unless you're following a guide, you have to check underneath every single elevator everywhere. Just like rolling into every wall to see if it's an illusory one, I suppose. Chest I feel differently about, because I don't mind the teleporter traps. That just means you get to go to a new area, which may be scary, but at least it's interesting. So I just open all the chests anyway, don't worry about it. And we're back to the elevator. But now we've opened the door. So we should be able to run through and get to the boss. Oh, I have to go... No, I have to go down below the elevator, right? Okay. Now this should be a fun one. I want to equip my crystal darts. And use this and bestial vitality. Let's say golden bow as well. And walk in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit him with 4 darts, and one of the watchdogs will start fighting on your side. Worked out beautifully. Cool. It would be nice to have those crystal darts for the one watchdog that has all the imps around it too, but alas, we didn't go to Aeonia first, and that's why you get them. The only hint that you can do this is that in the description it says, long ago it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. And I think there's one other thing elsewhere that mentions this, but yeah, that's what Glenn's crystal darts do. Nova, you have not missed the festival. We're making our way around Caelid, and we'll get back to we need to get to Redmane Castle. We're on our way. I think there's a merchant note. I feel like there is. I missed everyone. Right, without a big AoE attack, I don't think this group is really worth fighting at all. Tyranno dogs bleed really quickly, surprisingly. Didn't get a note about about using the crystal darts. I wonder where do you get that then? The greatsword we just got, for my money, it's like one of the ugliest weapons in the whole game. I don't know why people love it, other than the anime reference, apparently. But to me, it just looks so stupid. It's not even sharp. Royal Greatsword, on the other hand, that one's a beauty. Oh no, birds. Hate the crows. These are really hard to fight on horseback. I probably will not continue trying to do this. Fire doesn't help. So a flail is just not the weapon to use on foot either. That was ugly. Should remember. Got to remember to loot the campsite and not just ride away. Another rune arc, thank you. Caelid Ruins. Another place filled with fire zombies. Great. These flails are actually good for these. Now it occurred to me I could try to jump on this wall and do a plunging attack. Can we make it work? Oh. Come on, over here, Mr. Flame Chariot. You know you want to. That's right. I'm way too far away for that to work. Oh well. One more try. Nope. Didn't press the jump button. The zombies have done it again. Oh no. I'm on your side, zombies. I want to kill the flame chariot too. So clean. Sweet. Ah, spinning chain, my beloved. Monstrous dog trio right there. All for a couple of hefty beast bones. Yeah, that's right. I went for the fully charged R2 with a flail. And I'll do it again. And still miss. I don't think we've seen the white furred monstrous dogs before. they're basically sentries for the other ones. So I don't think they're any stronger or anything, but they see you, they will roar or howl or something, and that will attract all of them at once. No thank you, rot zombies. There's the river well. We came up from Shifra. Right down there. This run is making Flail look busted. It's good on horseback. Basically nowhere else as far as I can tell. I wonder if you put like Lion's Claw on it, would that be effective? As a substitute for its awful charged heavy. Dry. Dry as a bone. Cool dragon. Surrender your strength. Let me feast on your heart. We can find a few basic dragons down here if we want to. They're not really any harder than a Gale. Don't even have any fire breath. But I want to avoid combat in this zone if I can. Dragon Barrow is a high level place. Strength build can do a similar thing with Great Stars with Wild Strike slotted in, but not on horseback. No, I don't want to do the random side area with in-game scaling yet. I could do it, probably. I think the hardest fight in all of Dragon Barrow is actually the boss fight you can do right here at the Isolated Merchant Shack. I could win in like 10 or 15 tries, but no thank you.
Well, there's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
I don't know what's making some of the merchant faces bug out. It's weird. One ritual pot, 2 lost ashes of war, the spiked Kaisteus. Now we got a fist weapon with bleed. Cool. As opposed to a claw weapon with bleed. The beast repellent torch, we can equip that if we don't want to fight random rats and things. Dogs, wolves, that kind of stuff. And the Land of Reed's armor, that's the samurai starting armor. And note gateway and note hidden cave.
Have a safe journey.
Oh, they just have cloth over their faces? That doesn't look right, though. I mean, maybe that's true, but why is it all angular? You think Elden Ring is a good first entry into Souls-like games? It's my first entry into Souls-like games, and I'd say yes. It was pretty good. What I've heard is the series has evolved all the time, and it tends to be a little bit more newcomer-friendly as things go along. I have no experience with other games, though. Okay, note hidden cave says, there's a hidden cave in the town of Sellia. Look beyond the graveyard at the precipice. Okay. And also, note gateway. Fort Gale and Caelid houses a gateway that leads to Redmane Castle. So we don't have to go all the way down this way. We could go to the fort, and which we haven't entered before. Down over here and just take a teleporter. Nice. Now, I'm going to go see about leveling up some of our new gear, including that Guardian Sword Spear we got.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for no matter. Lay out your arm.
Guardian Sword Spear. I need some smithing ones.
Back already, no matter.
We can raise my cross-legged now to plus 14. I think that's good for now. We'll get another weapon soon that will be a cool addition to our arsenal. For the Guardian Sword Spear, what would work best on this? I could put double slash on that. And unsheath back on my Uchi Katana. Okay, over to Fort Gale then, with a slight detour to fight some, unfortunately, to fight some giant crows along the way. Oh, there's also a dungeon. Right, forgot about that. Over this way. Really important dungeon. Just equip a dagger with quick step because I'm going to have to traverse some rot pools in here. And I do have Flame Cleanse Me, so I can heal myself from the rot if necessary, but If I just walk through it, I'll be really, really slow. A quick step will help me navigate it a lot faster. Costs a little bit of FP, but not too much. Serpent Bow is the only bow with arcane scaling. I think that does affect the status buildup of your poison and bleed and sleep arrows. Pretty sure. Fire grease is perhaps a hint about how to approach this area. Fire is very good in this dungeon. One cool thing you can do if the Miranda flowers are spraying their poison clouds, or in this case rot clouds, all over the place, is if you hit them with fire, it'll stun them and make that cloud dissipate. Nice bit of tech. Poison Bow and the Poison Fists. Venomous Fang inflicts deadly poison, which doesn't last as long, but has a much stronger damage over time. Closer to Scarlet Rot. Whereas normal poison is pretty weak. People say that the Sword Spear is good because dex scaling, but from what I'm seeing, it's really good because it has more horizontal swipes on its first R1 attacks, which is really nice. I think the moveset is supposed to be really nice. Quick slashes. But also, it's like the best keen scaling weapon in the game, or something like that. And, oh yeah, as Nova says, it does have the spin charged R2. So if you're not a fan of that, that's too bad. Bosses, though, I'm going to use my upgraded weapon. I'm sufficiently strong at this point that this really isn't a problem. But I also spent some time a couple months ago trying to work out how do you beat this fight really early on so you can get this talisman, the gold scarab, as early as possible. Because what it does is it raises your rune rewards from defeated enemies by 20%. That stacks multiplicatively with the gold pickled foulfoot, which is 30%, so you can get 1.56 times the normal rune amount. And I'm going to equip that. Have it on me for a while. But what I was trying to work out was, okay, if I did want to do the kind of power start where you go to Caelid and you kill the bosses in Dragonbarrow that can give you a bunch of runes by cheesing them, can you also go get this talisman first and end up with something like 350,000 runes from all those boss kills once you're done? And the answer is yes. You know, pack a few fire pots and a greatsword with impaling thrust, and you can make some magic happen. Square off works too, yes. A couple other skills can do it. Time to fight more crows. Terrain seems less than ideal. I want to see all the no-hit runners fight all these scary overworld enemies. Bosses are easy. Giant crows, now there's a real challenge. Particularly the ones with the crooked beaks and spoiler. Those ones are absolute bastards. I'm sure you can stealth behind them in Poison Mist Cheese, yes. So I've noted I'm getting an extra rune bonus right now. Not only am I wearing the gold scarab, but also the falling golden leaves mean I get more runes from enemies. Wonder why they forsook these ruins. Think the birds have anything to do with it? That was supposed to be for me to ambush you, not for you to ambush me. Where'd the other one go? Oh, it's right there. Just sitting there on the ground. Cleverly disguised in all black. Can't believe that missed. Miyazaki, fix your game. I've cleared it. Yeah. Down here, another prize in the dungeon. It is... should be the Sword of St. Trina, right? Yep. The Sleep Sword. An int weapon, unfortunately. Sleep status is kind of like having an alternate form of staggering, I suppose, or stance breaking in practice. We've used sleep pots before. It can be pretty effective on certain enemies, but the sleep buildup from sleep pots is way higher than on the sleep weapons. It seems to me that you can basically just always rely on the pots, or maybe sleep arrows to do whatever you need to do with sleep. And we're back to Fort Gale North, where we've been before. Sleep's only really useful against Godskin. As far as bosses go, yeah, I think so. Also rune bears. Technically there is a rune bear boss. 2 rune bear. Well, no, I guess there's only 1 rune bear boss. I should try it against the giant crows, actually. Do they get affected by sleep? Maybe they do. Maybe that's the trick. consider purple. I have definitely considered that, Nova. It's a very attractive quality. Hello, Mr. Lion. Can you imagine the strength it would take to actually do that? Jump through a wooden railing? Like, you know, this is a doable jump across this gap, but it's a pretty large one and a long landing. You gotta just leap through, break the boards, and get out here. Man, I don't think I could do it. DLC adds a purpler Trina sword. Yes, it also adds more easily farmable sleep pod ingredients, basically, right? Like the eternal sleep pod is effectively just a replacement for normal sleep pods with some slight benefits, right? Lion Guardian forgot about me already. Did I mean so little to you? I was lucky that I ducked under that attack. Hey, Ash of War Lion's Claw. Let's see if we can do that. How that... We can put that on our flail. So mad the Gravity Ashes of War don't make your hit sparks purple. You're so right, Nova. I really appreciate it when these soldiers with great shields just put them aside at the very last second, right as my charged heavy attack hits them. Is that Giant Hunt? God, Redmane Knights are so cool. I think it is. Hello, Mr. Commoner. Convene the Festival of War. Honor General Radahn with the warrior's glory. It's in your hands, Sir Jaren. Wonder who that is. Starscourge heirloom, that's the +5 strength talisman. Radahn Festival. We're headed to Redmane Castle, right? Because right up here is the teleporter that note told us about. Now, one thing that annoys me about this is, why does the teleporter face north? Redmane Castle's over this way. What are we doing here? That's the castle there. Why is it over here? Oh boy. Being nighttime certainly makes it easier to sneak around this place. How did that second attack not go through? Second ballista. Friendly fire. Oh no. Do it again? No. What's up, friend? Oh, that was dishonorable. I was just lighting up my sword, same as yours. I have another complaint about this game. There's this gate in front of the castle, right? And it even has the wall preventing you from riding torrent through it. You gotta think, okay, there's at some point in the game I can open this gate and have easy access to the front of the castle, right? Nope, never. This never opens. So this little zone to knock you off your horse is just there to annoy you. And that's it. Worst part is the Fort Gale gate does open. Yes, and I opened it. Not Redmane Castle, not even when it's in party mode. I just sworn there was a lever by the gallows. Nope. This little gap has killed me before. Very embarrassing. Flaming Strike is like the fire or flame art version of Sacred Blade. Puts extra fire damage on your weapon after you use the skill. If you use the heavy follow-up. I can't get in this way because the door is locked. I can go up here. Miquella's Lily? That is an interesting question. Why in the world a Miquella's Lily would be growing in this spot of all places? But maybe Miquella came by for a visit to see his dear Lord brother. Thanks for the mushroom. That was way too early. Mushroom was probably that guy's lunch. Well, I think he has bigger problems than just missing his lunch now. Sorry. Okay, here's the Commoner's Headband Farm room. I think I already got one, didn't I? There's the door. Back to the cemetery. Immunizing meat. Not very useful, I don't think. Alright, it's time for everyone's favorite part of Redmane Castle, the double Lion Guardian fight. I want them to separate, ideally. Please don't notice me, please don't notice me. Okay. made the Crimson Scarab dissipate too. That's a shame. I wanted to refill my flasks. There's a Crimson Scarab who's like over in this side of the building. Big bleed. One more poke. Good. All right. Here's the other side of the front gate. There is no way through. Which cookbook is this? Redmane Firepot. Okay. Those are those different from are those the ritual fire pots? Yeah. Stronger. Use ritual pots instead of regular pots. Dying at this point would be a huge drag because although we have cleared out the 2 Lion Guardians and they don't respawn, we would respawn back at the Great Bridge outside the castle and have to go all the way back and around. There's only one grace in this whole place, and it is right behind all these flamethrowers. You respawn all the way back at Port Feroth. Actually, I think you'd be right. Yeah, I think I'd be back at Port Feroth because I teleported here. More faith. We're almost at 25 already. Was figuratively friendly, but literally fire right there. I want to try out the lightning grease in a moment because we're about to fight an abductor virgin. And if we hit it 5 times with lightning attacks, that'll stun it. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Lightning grease. And I think repeating thrust might count for separate instances. Yeah, it does. Cool. That's really nice. There's the red hot wet blade. That is that lets you put fire and flame art affinities on. And just to check for completion's sake, no, there's no lever here by the gallows. Unfortunately. No gate access for us. Are there abductor chads as well? That's my role in the game, actually. I am the Chad of Elden Ring. Oh, just in general? Yes, Monado, that's a good one. Garen is a bona fide Dr. Chad for sure. Okay, almost done. I think there's one more spot to check out, and that is where that pumpkin head is. So to get to him, I want to drop down. Flamberge, my love. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Pretty excited to have the Flamberge. Flamberge. Smithing 5, that's nice. Flamberge, the only bleed greatsword. Also, scales better with dex than strength, despite requiring more strength than dex. Shreds enemy flesh, inducing blood loss. Scarlet Rot is kept at bay with flame at Redmane Castle, and as such, this beloved sword of Jaren's eventually became the symbol of the castle itself. Beautiful. Great swords, great swords, great swords.
I took you no matter it's all the same. Lay out your arm.
Need some more twos. Jaren acts like a loner, but it's nice to see he's well liked. He's got lots of friends. You know, the Redmanes. Bet he and Freya got along. I think Freya mentions him, but I'm pretty sure. Also the Carians. Which is a fact that makes a playthrough where you try to get all the sorceries in one run, like as an end-focused character, feel kind of schizophrenic, because on the one hand you're siding with the Carians to do Rani's quest, on the other hand you're probably siding the Sellan against them.
Back already, no matter.
Alright. Impaling Thrust. Greatsword. Let's try it out. Also, I do want to have some gold pickled foul feet, so real quick, I'm going to run over to the old Church of Dragon Communion. See if we can collect a couple. Probably I should put Gravitas on a stronger weapon. Sellan kind of gets hit with karma one way or the other. Yes, there's no good outcome for Sellan. Except, I suppose, helping her conquer the Academy and then not finding Lusat, or not telling her about him. By the way, it's so stupid that you have to find Azure before you can advance someone's quest. That's like the key thing that makes the routing around the Academy really dumb if you want to get all the NPC summons. There are some characters in Elden Ring that I think absolutely deserve a happy ending. Sellan's not really one of them. You find out what she'd been doing in the Academy and what she got expelled for, it's pretty understandable. So I'm just going to do this circuit with these handful of Guillemets until my silver pickled Valfoot runs out, and then we'll head back to the castle. If you didn't have to find Azure, then it would, like, the whole sequence of events around Sellan would make perfect sense. It would just be like an alternate thing you can discover if you do Radahn before Renala. Because you'd meet Jaren would go hunting for Sellan, you'd go back to Sellan, and she'd be like, oh, go find my real body, blah, blah, blah. Shout out to the Red Wolf of Radahn fight. Yes. Exactly. Funny thing is, she's not even really good for that because it's very resistant to magic. Okay. Our Foulfoot ran out. Or our silver Foulfoot ran out. Now we got 8 four-toed foul feet to craft with. Awesome. Okay, now it's time to test out our shiny new weapon. Misbegotten Warrior. Oh. I missed the first Impaling Thrust. So the idea with the Greatsword Impaling Thrust combo is the follow-up light, like uncharged R2 after Impaling Thrust, comes out really, really fast, two-handing a Greatsword for whatever reason. So you can go L2, R2, L2, and if you don't get obstructed by random obstacles, then you can hit enemies really, really hard with a really fast combo. And it does... I'm not exactly sure the mechanics of this because I don't know how the rounding works, but apparently it can do... I mean, I've seen it in practice do 80 stance damage. So basically instantly stance break certain bosses that only have 80 stance. Like this Misbegotten Warrior should, but I have totally screwed this up. Anyway, he's dead. Okay. Hit me. Not like that. Like that. Crucible Knights also have 80 stance, but they're kind of harder to combo because they're shields. That should have been parried. No flasks, no healing left. Ah, too early. Okay, let me see if I can do that a little bit more cleanly. I think that all went bad when I missed the initial Impaling Thrust and wasn't able to get the combo off on the Misbegotten Warrior right away before the Crucible Knight came in. Regen, just because I can. Golden Vow. A Flame Blade. And grant me strength. Let's go in. Lost my runes for the first time in the run. Damn. This would also be helped if I was using a plus 14 weapon and not a plus 7. Alas. Didn't know these bosses were here for so long. Yeah, if you just come here when it's in party mode, you would really have no reason to suspect. All right, buddy. That's what I wanted to achieve. Getting better at the parry timing. Having the best parry skill helps. That's not... That's a different attack sequence. Okay, I read that one. Nice. And I think I can do a charge attack on the wake up. Oh, not quite. Okay, took a couple tries, but there we go. Is the Crucible Knight Misbegotten Warrior duo. One of the tougher duo fights in the game. Especially when you're doing it at +7 weaponry and not your +14. Well, here we are at Redmane Castle. We've cleared the entire place, and there is not a festival to be found. But there is this guy sitting up in the chapel here.
Oh, tarnished are you? How did you slip inside with the gate closed? No matter. If you can fell one of them, you're a champion in my book. I am Jaren, foolish old warrior and witness. Incidentally, do you like a good festival from time to time? Well, it's true. This fortress houses only the vanquished. But when the stars align, we celebrate. A war festival honoring the last battle and death of General Radahn, the mightiest demigod of the Shattering and bearer of a great rune.
I love a good festival.
Good. As you should. The festival affords glory to warriors. Then all you need is a little patience. When the stars align, the festival will be declared. Well, I haven't heard that name in an age. Then you must serve Princess Rani. The next time you speak to Iji, tell him this. The Festival of Radahn will surely set Rani's fate back into motion. By the by, is that old fool still hammering out weapons?
Chat, did you guys all know that you could go to EG first and then meet Jaren? Tell him about EG.
Strange fella when I knew him. And funny thing, his swords were all blunt as stone, but not one of them decayed when faced with a scarlet rot.
Well, now we've got 2 people to report back to over at Carrier Manor, because we were supposed to go back to Celavis at Blythe's behest to go press information about Nokron, and we should also go check in with EG about Jaren. First stop is Celavis.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate. Well, well. You're asking me about that, are you? The task was left to you and the mongrel, was it not? Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot. Well, there's no helping it. Now's as good a time as any. I'll let you in on it. There's a glintstone sorcerer by the name of Sellia in Limgrave. She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the academy. I asked her to look into the matter some time ago. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
Wonder what kind of help he gave. And if it had anything to do with that creepy dungeon we found. There's nothing we can read on the introduction, unfortunately. Hello, E.G.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help? I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above. Only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here. Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother. Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you. Jeren. Now that's a name I haven't heard for a while. Before taking up the banner of General Radahn, he was a guest of the Carian royal family. An expert swordsman, to be sure. But ever eccentric. No surprise he'd get wrapped up in some festival. Oh no. Wait, how did I not see it before? I ought to retire as war counselor for such a gross oversight. Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny. Perhaps even revealing the elusive path that leads to Nokron.
Well, there you have it. That is one of, I think, 3 triggers for the Radahn Festival in the game. So you can go to Jaren and then go back to E.G. and he'll realize you need to go kill Radahn. Or you can follow the lead from Celavis to Selin, back to Blythe, and tell him that you need to kill Radahn. We'll see that in a second. Or you can go to Altus Plateau or Mount Gelmir and activate any site of grace there, and that will, again, activate the festival automatically. One last piece of business, E.G. I need you to strengthen my armaments. Now I have enough smithing 5s and a couple of smithing 6s. I can get my cross-legging out to plus 16. Sweet. Okay, so next stop is back to Selin.
Young apprentice. First things first. You are a tadpole when it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk. So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning?
Sure, I'll even buy out. Do I already have Glintstone Arc? I'll check it later.
Well, well. Celavis is not a name I ever wanted to hear again. But fine. If it will help you, my apprentice.
Is Rani really the older sister, or Carian's just matrilineal?
Alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Rani. But long ago,
I think she
Radahn
is
challenged
the
this
youngest,
calculations,
and they're
their crucial
matrilineal.
victory arrested their cycles. Now here's the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny.
Selin tells us basically the same thing that EG just realized. I just want to check. Okay, I got Arc. Pebble.
You wished it very well.
I'll just buy these out for the sake of having them. That will let me access one more dialogue option with Selin.
Our art draws upon the powers embedded in Glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while Glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that Glintstone's sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days. Your appetite for learning is impressive. You make me proud.
Thank you.
Your own little legs so readily.
Still only have 7 intelligence, but I'm trying.
Fabulous teacher.
Oh, don't flatter yourself, Selin. So next stop, we report back to Blythe. And because we've talked to both EG and Selin, we'll get multiple dialogue options here.
Well met. What news?
You can tell Selin's story or tell EG's story. It doesn't make a difference at all. He has the exact same dialogue either way.
So Rani's fate is kept in stasis by Starscourge. And there's a festival of war being held at Redmane Castle in Caelid, where you can fight the man himself. Once the strongest of the demigods. It's all coming together. Seems like he...
Blythe, a little help here, maybe?
I'll be on my way to this festival of Radahn then.
Whatever.
You're coming too, right? To Radahn's festivities. I'll meet you at Redmane Castle. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fire.
Right on, buddy. Okay, so our next destination is Redmane Castle again, but this time we're going to take the overland route. We'll teleport right up above our heads to Caelid Highway South and stop at a couple landmarks along the way. One is right beyond this mushroom pile. That is Decaying Exekeys, and he is a rot dragon, and he will try not to get rotted. Oh, okay. Just the normal plunging attack. This is not working out so far. Come on, beating thrust. Hit him. It's like a comedy of errors. Oh, okay, rock breath. There go all my buffs, basically. And maybe this is not the right skill for dragons. What did I use against Mirage? Was that Sword Dance? That worked great. Stuck under him. Okay, let me change skills. Need something with a little bit more reach. Slightly more successful. I need to be ready to ride away, because it's just a giant rock cloud that not only inflicts Scarlet Rot, but just does constant damage while you're in it. It's huge, and you just have to get out of it. Do I have a better... Well, you know what? I think I do have a better way to hit his head. Not with the weapon itself, maybe, but I can use... Spectral Lance. That should do the trick. Easy stance break. me out of here. That was ill-timed. Christ. Ugh, I needed the running start on Torrent, not the standing start. You know, he is really weak to fire. Maybe what I should do is... Oh, but I can't put fire with Spectral Lance. Okay, I'll run it back, I guess. This is going to be harder than Radahn, by the way. I got the crit. All my buffs are gone now. Maybe I should have just been using light attacks on his head all this time. Nope, even that's not reaching. Can I get the crit? Yes. Good. Oh my god. I've never had this much trouble with this guy before. What else should I try? Impaling Thrust work to hit the dragon's head? I'd also go... could go Flame Art on it. Good. Isn't this one of those maybe we don't Moonrock if we keep dying to the boss moments? Probably. Does not have iframes. This arena is weirdly small, so if you get the dragon gets too far away, he'll just teleport back to his starting area. Alright, this should do it. Okay. Not my greatest work. Probably should have just bitten the bullet and taken the fire affinity from the start. But we got it dead and got 38,000 runes at base for that, plus our bonus for the gold pickled foulfoot and the gold scarab. So pretty nice rune haul. Oh, I want to check my arteria leaf right here. And here you can fight some banished knights who wear the unaltered helm with the cool scarf. This guy has golden eyes too. Sweet. And 2 cool runes. The recipe for Dragon Wound Grease, which I also could have tried using instead of Blood Flame Blade. That may have been helpful. And now we hold 4th Dragon Heart. Here at the Cathedral, we can buy more Dragon Incantations. There's a couple that you can get by default. Glintstone Breath, Rotten Breath, and Dragon Ice. And then as you kill more and more named dragons around the world, you can unlock special versions of those spells that are stronger but cost more FP and have higher requirements. So we've killed Smaragd's Glintstone Breath, that's the stronger magic breath. We've killed Gale for the stronger fire breath. And now we've just killed Exekeys for the stronger rot breath. Rot breath is cool because it deals physical damage, and then Glintstone Breath just has a really solid amount of magic damage, and Dragon Ice does maybe like 70% as much damage as Glintstone Breath, or 80%, but also has massive frostbite buildup. It's one of the few incantations that can do frostbite. And the magic and ice breaths are some of the few incantations that can do magic damage. So these can be pretty useful on a faith character who has a little bit of arcane. By Rotten Breath. And because I've gotten 4 dragon incantations, my eyes have changed. They're dragon eyes now. I'm doomed to become a magma worm. Oh no. Yeah, I'll go ahead and go to 27 Faith. Then we can use the Godslayer's seal, which is ever so slightly stronger than the base finger seal. And it's also the minimum for a DLC seal that we might want to use. The list of things that get turned into in lands between magma worm is not the worst. True. Though I wouldn't choose it for myself if I could avoid it. I don't want to go down here. Thank you, Impaling Thrust, for doing a lot of stance damage. You make things so much easier. The Windy Crystal tier, I think, is the one that gives you the light dodge rolls automatically, but also makes you take more damage, maybe? Is that right? Or it extends the iframes of dodging? Something like that. Yeah, increases effectiveness of dodge rolls, so it makes the invincibility frames longer. Flame Art Naginata can one-shot the Rot Dogs. That's nice. Spy a lion off in the distance. Sweet. Elden Ring, so true. Well, I hear tell that in the earliest installments it was R1 souls, right? Never use any other buttons? Or attacks? The gatekeeper statue. Catacombs that way. Hate crows. I bet the Bloodhound's Fang would work great against them. With the dodge frames and the slashes and everything. Goodbye, Rot Moranas. I have no desire to fight you. Alas, there's a Miranda over here that demands more attention. Luckily, it's not too hard to navigate these catacombs. Sacred Order on the left hand. I've got Sacred Blade on the right, and the boss here is a Cemetery Shade, so this should do a lot of damage if I manage to connect. Nice. Even got a backstab for good measure. Okay, that's our last detour, really. On the way back to Redmane Castle, we just gotta follow the road down to the southeast. Bye, bird. You're no rune bearer. You can't outrun Torrent. Let you boys duke that out for a minute. Ash of War Cragblade is a really good skill. It's a weapon buff. It makes your weapon deal like 10 or 15% more physical damage and 10% more stance damage. I think it's really ugly though, so I don't like using it on many kinds of weapons. Anyway, the Starscourge conflict. Radahn alone holds Sellia secure and stands tall to shatter the stars. Must be quite a guy. You've heard of God Shattering Star, now get ready for Star Shattering God. I'm not ready for it. I don't want my stars to be shattered. I was gonna try to style on the dog with the full charge R2, but no. Stop me, boo. That flails suck at infantry combat. Let's miss. "27 Faith, level 75. Should be all we ever need." And because the festival is on, this portal is active. Oh, I forgot something. Need to go back. We're next to the Grace. Have to climb the siege tower. Must be nice for all the crossbow users how so many soldiers drop bolts all the time. All 12 people who use crossbows in these games. I could just teleport directly to the castle plaza. Why do that when you can do the one portal entrance instead? We're back, and there's nobody guarding the castle anymore. It's totally peaceful. Hello?
There you are. Took your sweet time. The players are all made up. I'm waiting for the curtain. Let's give them a show to remember, eh? Just don't you go dying on me. For Ranni's sake, too. Once more into the fray together, eh? This might even be fun.
Like your attitude, Blythe. This is Finger Maiden Theralina, who we'll discover later is actually a puppet.
Champions, welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh. General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle! Defeat the General, claim glory, and grab that great rune! A celebration of war! The Radahn Festival!
Woo, yeah! Let's go!
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held? Well, it is none other than General Radahn himself. To think.
No, I genuinely didn't put that together. Thanks, Alexander.
Of the Shattering, a demigod in the flesh. Oh, gosh. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such is his frightful repute. But the fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander.
Let's change our skills back. We want eating thrust. There, I'll put repealing thrust back on the flamberge. Fine with the spells. Already upgraded the weapons. I think we're good to go. Although, maybe we should change it to some battle gear. What have we picked up? That's a look. Can I get to 51 poise? What do you think, chat? Looking good?
Champions! Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival is nigh!
Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture. General Radahn is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog. Howling at the sky. But now, we must make merry.
O gathering of champions! The revels begin! The celebration of war! The Radahn Festival!
That's right, Jiren. Yeah! I'm ready to go into battle. Against the greatest demigod of the Shattering. Once I take the elevator down. Nice stones you got there. There it is. Chad, are you ready to summon our friends? And prove that we're the very best? Lionel, I choose you. And Tragoth, I choose you. And Okina. I'm really failing at dodging these. And Alexander. My friend, my buddy, my pal. And Patches. And Blythe. I've got my full party. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, a heart so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon. There you go. I'm a Pokemon master. Woo! Yeah, Meteor Skip. We did a one phase even. Turns out, Blood Flame Blade with repeating thrust goes kind of crazy. God, we got a lot of runes for that too.
Ah, good. I was waiting for you. Oh, what a sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared by Radahn and you. And did you see that afterwards?
Thanks, Blythe. You were my ace.
Right before our eyes.
Good work out there.
Radahn was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokla, where Ranni's fate will be decided.
I don't know. Did we see the message where
We'll take up our swords
Patches decides to leave after you summon him?
Mistress Ranni.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying that close of attention to this.
Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. And we'll go into battle again. Side by side.
Yes,
The
sir.
only purpose is to fight for Ranni's fate. Sword and fire. The curtain's rising. On the final act.
There is something you miss out on if you do skip Radahn's meteor attack, which is in the second phase of the fight, you can also summon Jaren.
Hello there.
His summon sign shows up.
It was a battle marvelously fought.
You are well and truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock. One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, I hid like a coward. And as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you.
Don't feel bad, buddy. You didn't dip out like Patches.
But don't you think I've given up just yet? As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time. And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
He also goes by Castellan Jaren instead of Witch Hunter Jaren if you do summon him. Interesting. I feel like I've seen him labeled that way elsewhere. Ooh. Not sure exactly where, though. You have to activate this grace before you're allowed to teleport out of here. I guess because they want you to see the NPCs here, because you can always still go take the elevator down from Castle and use the teleporter to get back in here if you want to. Radahn spears are great arrows. They're actually Cleanrot Knight spears that were jammed into Radahn's back. And these are the ones that have the magic or the gravity properties. If you plan on doing the Catacombs dungeon here and now is the best time, otherwise you gotta backtrack like crazy. Well, I didn't ride that far, and I don't want to do that dungeon yet, because it's really high level. Carolina still has nothing to say. Blythe and Alexander are gone. The other spirits still here.
At last, the war festival has ended. Brave champion, you have our gratitude. The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable...
It is skilled like Dragon Barrow, yes.
Finally, my work is done. I'm no longer bound to this fortress. I have a task in mind. Old business, you could say. You wouldn't understand. May we meet again, if the fates deign it. Brave champion.
Hope so, Jaren. Oh, he's labeled Castellan Jaren here. Interesting. That ends the festival, so if we were to return to Redmane Castle at any point, it would now be filled with enemies again. And that is our second demigod, which means we fulfilled the demands of the two fingers.
Look at you. Only once before have I seen two great runes together. Look there. The fingers shudder with exuberance. Fine work, brave Tarnished. The greater will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erd Tree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. The fingers expect as much from you as they do young Gideon. Take this, a token of farewell. Now,
Third talisman slot.
Go forth.
Excellent.
Become Elden Lord. You have returned. What is it? Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Earth Tree. A grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so.
Now you may go.
So, with the remembrance of the Starscourge, we're never going to have the intelligence to use the Starscourge Greatsword. We could, in theory, use the Lion Greatbow, so I guess I'll take that. I could also just crunch the remembrance for runes. I think Radahnn's is worth like 50,000 or so. Maybe it's less, maybe it's like 30. But I don't really think that's worth doing compared to getting otherwise unique items. But also, Radahn is the first remembrance boss we fought whose armor we can buy as well. We can also buy more of the Radahn spears. Let's buy that too.
Now go Fledo.
Radahn's armor set is a pretty heavy armor set. We could rock it for now. I don't really love the look overall. Feels a bit too bulky for my taste. Yeah. Chat, what do you think? Should we go with the Radahnn's armor or the Banished Knight armor for now?
Well, I see you found another great rune. Wonderful. You are a worthy fellow tarnished indeed. Make the journey to the capital, Leyndell, that lies to the east of the Altus Plateau, at the foot of the Erd Tree. The Two Fingers will deny your passage no longer. You may be our best hope. Find your way to the Elden Ring, for we are tarnished, and we must answer the call of grace.
We can go ahead and show him Celivis's potion.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Celivis. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must.
Crazy that he says this about
Code to speak of, but
possibly giving this potion to his daughter, even if she is estranged.
are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
I don't want to hand it over.
Well,
I do have something in mind for it.
but I think your plan would be a dreadful waste. She's not herself right now, and though I have no need of her, she still has potential. Certainly more value than she'd have as a bloody puppet.
It's more dress-up time. Let's see. We could... What was the suggestion? Oddpuka says take the gloves and the legs and put them with something else. Let's check that out. Problem is I don't really have heavy enough chest pieces to go with it. almost get to 50. If I had like a knight's armor, that could work. Twisted Dolly Bother is a good line, yes. Just remembered. Take the Godslayer's seal now and go upgrade that. So knight's armor or an equivalent armor would be sufficient to get me to 51 poise. This combination looks kind of weird though, in my opinion.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
$150 incantation scaling. Hooray, an upgrade. Knight's armor is too clean for this game. Yeah, that's my opinion too. It doesn't look right because it's too nice, too well kept. I don't mind the Radahn's greaves and gloves, but we need different chest piece, I think. This combo is not bad. I'll stick with this for now, I think. Okay, and still got a bunch of runes. Guess I can level up. Got all the faith we ever really need. So the only things I really need to get more of are maybe a little bit more mind, a good bit more endurance, and then a whole bunch of dexterity and also vigor later on. Let's go with the saw stats first, get more endurance, mind, and vigor, and then worry about pumping dexterity, I think. That would mean going for... let's go for end first. Okay. So we haven't cleared all of Caelid because we did get the note about some secret hiding behind Sellia, which we'll have to check out at some point. There's an NPC quest that will also direct us there, so we'll wait for that. But we've covered pretty much all of it, other than that. And we've cleared all of Limgrave, all of the Weeping Peninsula, all of Ryu Lucaria except the Academy. And in order to make progress in the Academy, we really need to go up to Mount Gelmir. So next stop is going to be up in the Altus Plateau. Return to Bellum Church. We're right next to the ravine. We'll be heading up that way, but that'll be next time. So thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that our trip through Caelid. I had fun with the boss fight at the end. It was genuinely way easier than I expected. Oh, one more thing, I guess, is I need to fill my talisman slot. Just stick something there for now. Don't want to forget that. So yeah, next time we'll be heading up to Altus. Rob, I don't know how extensively I want to explore Altus Plateau versus just beelining toward Mount Gelmir. I haven't really decided on that, but the basic goal is to explore a chunk of Altus, take the path circling around Mount Gelmir, meet Azur, and then we can progress Selen's questline, finally go to Rylucaria. So that should be roughly the agenda next time. I don't expect to be streaming on Sunday. I have some other commitments, so probably can't make it. So it'll most likely be next Tuesday. So yeah, thanks for coming, guys. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you next time.